Hello, hello. Oop, I should scoot over a wee bit. Hi, how is everybody? Do, 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 do. I have Minerva here. She's recovering from a traumatic incident involving a glue trap. She was roaming around places that she's not supposed to go and stepped on one. But she's okay. We got it off. We put some oil on it and helped it loosen up and dissolve, and now she's okay. She does have a little bit left on her fur, but she'll be okay. Right? Right, little one? Can you guys hear her purring? She is so loud. Aww, she's such a cutie. Okay. I don't know how well I can do stuff with you on that side of me. She just wants the lovin's now. That's all she wants. You'll be okay. All right, so you guys may notice that I have the Sasquatch art up from last month, and that is because I like this idea so much that I am going to basically do a vampire version. It's going to be quite a bit different in some respects. The background's not going to be a cave. The background's going to be a mausoleum. And we'll, of course, do like creepy trees, and we'll do like a night sky. And instead of like hugging, they're going to be doing the little hissy thing, but one arm's going to be up, and they'll be like touching. So it'll make like a little heart shape. It's going to be freaking adorable and horrifying all at the same time. Oh my god, she's like asleep now. She's freaking adorable. I can't even tell you guys how adorable she is. Look at this little face. Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can fix something. Not that. This. Make it a wee bit bigger. No, you still can't see her. Darn it. Darn it. You can just see her head. My arm is gonna fall asleep. Alright. So, I don't want that. Okay, don't want that. And then we can get rid of all these sketchy layers. Cool, we have the heart. Oh. Itchy nose. Okay, so I downloaded this mausoleum, which I think is what I want to base our center on. Oh, you're sliding. Okay, here, down you go. Down you go. You can go right there. You're fine. We got the little fold to keep you from falling down my lap. When Minerva stretches out, she just like stretches out and loses all track of the world because she's a kitten and that's what they do. I gotta turn this down. This is really loud. Yeah. Today is standard Earl Grey tea. My teacup has actually got cold tea in it, which really sucks.
Okay. Let's party.
Oh my god! Wow! Hi! Thank you, Radioactive Bex. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the raid! Oh my god! Woo! Thank you! I literally just started. Like, I just started putting together my thoughts and things. Thank you very much. Wow, hi. My name's Carissa. I do art. this month is Vampire Month, so I'll be doing some vampire-themed art. I'm going to be doing an oil painting later in the month, and today we're doing some vampire love digital art. It's going to be two little vampires doing like a little hissy fight in front of a mausoleum. It's just going to be cute because there's just going to be hearts everywhere. Oh, thank you, Cherry Round. Cherry Round is amazing. I greatly appreciate Cherry Round. But my stream is pretty chill, so if you guys are, you know, just looking to work and lurk or play a game or something like that, you are more than welcome to just hang out here. I stream every Wednesday. And I have lots of surprise streams because I have a lot of art in my noggin and I want to get it out. And sometimes doing it on stream is just a really nice way to do it. Because then I can talk to people. Oh. I also have a kitten in my lap. She's just kind of starting to fall asleep, so just a weekly sort of deal. Yeah, I have a new kitty. She's kind of napping. I don't want to rile her up again because it takes her forever to start calming back down. Because, you know, kitten. She had a traumatic incident with a glue trap. She stepped in like the sticky stuff, the sticky residue from a glue trap, and it kind of freaked her out. So she's gonna need a little time to chill for that. Yeah, learning the hard way. Yes, 100% learning the hard way. But I got it off with like, I put some oil on like vegetable oil on a paper towel and like held it over her paw to help it disintegrate and dissolve, so she will be fine. But that took a lot of energy. And now she just wants like to sleep in cuddles. I'm excited for this. So we're gonna do the sketch first, because that's how I do things. We need to sketch it out first, and we're gonna use a kitten you help, the adult you let them sit and contemplate the yes. 100%. Well, thank you. I have not actually been like watching any Twitch right now. Like I have not been doing any. I've been watching like any of my friends and stuff on Twitch, not because I don't like Twitch, just I've been so busy and I kind of feel bad. Like I just feel bad. Like I'm not contributing to the community and stuff like that. But you know, when life makes you busy, you just kind of got to go with it. All right, let's see. Let's do an acidy gluey color. All right, so this is what I'm thinking. Where's my basic brush? I'm sure when things calm down, I'll be like glued to Twitch. It's the downside of not like being in the middle of a pandemic anymore, right? We all get to have lives and do things that we like to do outside of virtual stuff. I already forgot what I was doing. Right, we're doing the sketch. Okay. So, we've got our mausoleum. I'll sketch that out later, but like sleep, I guess there's no card to show. I know where pin card is. I am doing a bunch of other things right now. I am gessoing Ouija boards. They will be Ouija boards, but I am gessoing them. I have five circle ones that are going to be Ouija boards on one side, and the pendant yes or no things on the other side. Pin card is not in a box. He is on a shelf next to my paintbrushes. And then I've got, I think I did 5. I have a bunch of Ouija boards that are in the progress. That's what I'm working on this year. That's like my big new thing this year. Every year I try to do something that I haven't done before, And this year's two things. It's going to be oil painting, and my tablet just came off of its stand. But yeah, doing Ouija boards. They're going to be like, they're going to be cool. They're just going to be cool. I have all the stuff. I just got to, the gessoing part is the hard part. Because it just takes forever to dry. How is Spot? Spot's name is Minerva. Minnie for short. She is good. She is napping on my lap. She's all curled up over a fold. I know. I know you want her name to be Spot, but it's not. She is not. If she was an orange cat, we probably would have done that, but she's not. She's like a half white cat, like a half just white cat and a half normal tabby cat. She's got really interesting patterning. And it's really cute because her toe beans are half pink and half black. It was like a bunch of mixed toe bean colors. And it just makes me so happy. She's got cute toe beans because she's a kitten. Okay. Come on, Krista. You can do this. Alright, so we need a little vampire figure here. Okay, that's gonna be too tall. So it needs to be... Oh, yes, thank you for following me, Radioactive. I just need to see where this heart is so I can know where to put things. We don't need that right now either. Nice little kitten. The kitten is a large focus right now because she's a kitten. We might need to make this bigger. Yeah, I kind of wanted the mausoleum to be all inside the heart, but I kind of want the vampires to be like the focus, so we'll just make the mausoleum bigger. And we're going to be doing some other things to this mausoleum. I want to add like some little turrets, little spire thingies with little crosses and stuff. And maybe some shrubberies. But that's not what we need to do first. First, we need to come up with like the basic layout. And we're going to do... Ooh. I was thinking doing flaying vampires. Did you know Minerva is our platform at work for protecting anomalies? Really? That's hilarious. She nap on the job a lot. Alright, so if we're going to do vampires, they're going to be standing here-ish. Right? That's going to be too big. Smash. Got the hips. Okay, so we're going to do this. This is like the worst sketch ever, by the way. Good lord. Why can't I do a person today? Oh my god, I'm gonna have one of those mornings, aren't I? I just need a person in profile, that's what I need. You thought it was the open source name, but it's your closed source version. All right. Sorry, I'm looking for a person pose that'll be kind of where I'm looking at. Oh, you know what I want to do? No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to keep up with the person. Human. Man. We're just going to leave it man. Man in profile. Full body. I can't Google it. What can't I Google? Oh, I can't Google that thing. Yeah. That's okay. Oh, hi, Gothic Unicorn. Oh, how are you? Oh my gosh, sorry. I've got like a little bit of hangnail thingy happening. Instead of like fully prepping for stream, I painted. Yeah, so this is what happens when cherry rounds around. Things get done the way that they're supposed to get done. And I'm also not on Red Bull today, which is amazing because that was horrifying. I am one like hunched over. The monster, yeah, that monster just totally jacked me up for like 2 days. Yeah, Dangle Dixie. Cherry is a god. He really is. He is amazing. I don't usually drink energy drinks. Yeah, I usually just drink like tea, but oh my goodness. Oh, thank you for the sub gift, Cherry. That's amazing. You're fabulous. See, Cherry just being fabulous. You now have access to the emotes, and I am super proud of myself because I managed to animate 2, so there are 2 animated emotes for people to use. I am so proud of myself, guys. I couldn't even tell you. Like, oh my god, that was a whole thing. You got an energy drink reserve in the fridge. You only touch if you gotta go fast, but yeah. Well, it jacked up my stomach for like 3 days. Like, it was bad. It was bad. I didn't even finish it. I had like, I don't know, like less than a quarter left, maybe like a fifth left. I think we're just gonna get average Joe Dude. Do we have an average Joe Dude? This guy. Yeah, I generally, I don't like carbonated beverages, and just the amount of whatever was in that Red Bull just tore my stomach up for a couple of days. Oh my god. I do not know how people can drink those. I just don't. I just don't. Just, I know it's a generic energy drink. I'm just saying, yeah, don't. If you can avoid drinking the energy drinks, do not drink the energy drinks. Usually if I have a lot of caffeine, I'll get like super hyper and then you crash. It's just as bad as sugar for me, but I can also start like seeing the sounds and stuff like that. Monster tastes like the church. So I got the peach one. Yeah, the carbonation's good. I was looking for, they used to make, I don't remember if it was Monster or Red Bull or what, but they used to make one that was just like peach tea, and it literally tasted kind of like Arizona tea, but like the peach one. And I was looking for that, but they didn't have it in the store, so I got the ultimate peachy something or other from Red Bull, and then I got the same one from Monster. And I just chose to drink the Monster because the can was cooler. Yes, that's what I'm drinking. I have Earl Grey today because I'm I'm a basic bitch. Well, I guess Earl Grey's not basic. It would be nice if, well, I mean, you can always pre-make tea. It just doesn't heat up well. Like, if you wanted to reheat tea, ugh. So they have, if you go to your Asian supermarket, the Asian supermarkets are freaking amazing if you want tea. Because they will have tea in the cans with the little pull string that heats up the beverage inside. Those actually taste pretty good. I would recommend those. I just recommend the Asian market. So hear me out. Caffeinated iced tea. All iced tea is caffeinated because they usually make it from a black tea and they just pour it over ice. Yes, let's all debate. Let's all talk about the amazings of tea. Because tea is amazing. Alright, dude, we need to flip you around. Transform, flip. You will reduce your opacity. We're just gonna make him tall. There's a chai tea that comes in a carton that you put, yes, the Red Bull of iced teas. I have some chai that, yeah, it's like a high protein chai. I don't know. It tastes good. I love me some chai. And like green tea latte. Hot or cold, doesn't matter. Green tea lattes are amazing. And boba, you cannot go wrong with boba either. Boba is amazing. Boba is soup, yes. So technically is cereal. Messing around with different leaves and shit is amazing. Yes. Oh yeah. Tea is mwah. Tea is mwah. So every year here in the Pacific Northwest, up in Seattle, there is a tea fest. As in T-E-A-F-E-S-T. And it's usually like in October, so like the end of September, beginning of October. And I love to go to that. I get so buzzed off of all the caffeine and all the different teas. I have so many teas from that place. Yes, Tea Fest. And if you're living in a major city, you probably have one. You just have to look for it. The only way I found out about the one that's in my area is, believe it or not, Groupon. I had signed up for Groupon for something else at the time. And, you know, sometimes it'll recommend things in your area. There's, yeah, Tea Fest. And there's a Chocolate Fest here, too, in Seattle. I was like, dang. So now I try to go every year. First case history group undid the things. It would have said, Monica's. First case in history Groupon did the thing. Yeah. Yeah. It actually did what it was supposed to do. I was amazed. Yeah, Chocolate Fest is amazing. It's really easy to get overwhelmed with the samples. Like, literally, you go in there and you're just like, oh, the chocolate. And I think you get maybe about a quarter of the way in, and then you know, after trying every single sample, you're like, I can't try every single sample anymore. And you start being a little picky because you can make yourself sick just on samples. Like, you wouldn't have to buy anything except for your ticket, and you can make yourself sick. Oh, nice! Tea Fest, yeah! And they're usually not expensive. Like the Tea Fest here in Seattle is only like $10 to $15. Background from Groupon, it was new. It was offering me deals in countries you didn't even live in. Yeah, yeah. That's crazy. Well, yours is $30. Hey, That's fine. The one here is fairly small, so I guess it's fairly inexpensive. It's also heavily sponsored. The Tea Fest here is heavily sponsored. And I'm sure the price has gone up. Like, there hasn't been one since pre-COVID. Like, 2019 was the last one. So it's been like 3 years. So I hope it happens this year. They canceled last year because King County is... Oh, there's a chocolate wine and whiskey fest. Wow, that's insane. I would not be surprised. There is a convention for everything. I kid you not. Minty. Okay, let's get our basic dude. So, I'm gonna draw his arm first because I need his arm to be in a different position. Dude, your arm is gonna be right. No, it needs to be bent. You have tons of stuff going on every weekend. Yeah. Yeah. That is the downside to like the Chocolate Fest, is there are a lot of people. I think the Chocolate Fest had the most people, and it is crammed, packed. It is so many people. So many people. The Tea Fest here was better. I can do that. I can fix that later. All right, that's the arm. It's a good thing gets popular. Go in there. Yeah. Head. His head needs to be separate because I need a... Okay, I think that's good. Good for them, but a single tier for the good time. I know. Yeah. Oh my god, she's so cute. She just covered her face. That's how the oddities have gotten. Oh, that's sad. I mean, like... I love that the oddity stuff has gotten more accepted, but yeah, at the same time, it's like, it does. Just means that you're getting older. Darn it. Like, you can listen to people complain about comic book conventions and stuff like that because of how they've significantly changed over the years. All right. So, we've got... forearm. The forearm is going to be like this. Sorry, that's not the forearm. That's like the upper arm. Gosh. I promise I know my anatomy. And then this is going to be like that. And this is his hand. Okay, his hand is going to be like this. Might need to go a little bit like that. Well, as if we don't like lots of people, we don't like lots of people, nothing wrong with that. I don't like people that much. Yeah, I don't like crowds. However, it's also about the context. Like, if I'm going out and just minding my own business and like a mob of people just start trying to talk to me, yeah, I will nope out of there as fast as I can. But if I'm at a convention, I'm filling a role, so I know what's expected of me, and I can slide into that like persona. Well, yeah, okay. If you were there when a community or thing was small, it was also probably was personal. Yeah, very, very much more personal. And then, yeah, it gets commercialized. Yeah, that's the reason we have Valentine's Day, right? Okay, and then we've got, so let's group these together. I'm gonna copy and paste. Okay, and then this is gonna be the other one. This is other arm thing. It's gonna be like this. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Alright, I hope that's going to be like heart shape enough. I think it will be. I think it'll be fine. I think this is going to be funny because it's just going to be some vampires going. But they're going to be forming a heart with their hands. So one hand will be up, one hand will be down. Ah. Now we just need to pick like what vampires we're doing. Like, are we going to do like a Nosferatu style vampire, or do we want to do like or do we want to do like, gosh, there's so many freaking types of vampires. Edwards, we are not, no, that is not a vampire. That is some kind of weird fairy thing. And there will be a fairy month, and maybe we'll talk about them then. But yeah, that was horrible. Oh, that was crazy. So what if giant creature humanoid bat? I want them to be more human. We can put bat like clothing features on them, but I want them to be a little bit more human. We can do, because it depends. So if they're doing the bat thing, a lot of sources say like their arms are what turn into the wings, so they lose their arms. If it was like a demon or something like that, it would have arms and wings, but like I don't know which way we want to go. So if we keep them more human, they're easier for human beings to identify with, and increases the likelihood that someone will identify with the art. That's what we want. So I figure if we do one, maybe, yeah, and that's where I would go, but I also, nuclear arms can't hug people, I guess that would be, yeah. And a lot of people believe or find that vampires would probably have some kind of demon thing going. And I would not be surprised if some vampires didn't have bat wings of some sort, or wings of some sort. There's a lot. This is one of those things with doing like an art concept or an art project around a historical fable type thing, is you just learn so much about these things and how different cultures interpret it and just all kinds of different things. Yeah, so this is going to be two humanoid vampires fighting, big air quotes around that, fighting in front of a mausoleum, and there'll be like little bats in the background and a couple dead trees and stuff like that. Very similar to the Sasquatch one, but they're not hugging. Let me open the Sasquatch one again. So this is what we did for Sasquatch. We had a red Sasquatch and blonde Sasquatch hugging. I don't know why the cave on here has been hidden, but this is what we did for this. And they'll come apart like little friendship charms, and you can click them back together. And I kind of want to do something similar with the vampires, but I don't want to have I don't want them to be necessarily like a puzzle piece friendship charm. I know. Oh yeah, and they started off as monstrous abominations, really. Yeah, so these ones will be, sure, why not? So these vampires, I think, if you put them together, they'll be making a heart. So we're going to focus on half of it. We'll flip it over and we'll just change the aesthetics of the vampire on the other side. Pardon me. Ooh. So I'm thinking, I really like the Nosferatu vampire just because it was the first like vampire on film, and it's got a very distinct look. But we also, as human beings, really romanticize the Victorian era. So I kind of feel like we should have a Victorian era. You are a deaf vampire and your brother's form of her. Aww. That'd be so cute. Oh my god, I would totally read a vampire book about a vampire that, you know, had the genetic or abnormality that they were deaf. Oh my god. Can you imagine just them being deaf for hundreds and hundreds of years and then maybe finding a doctor and realizing they could get like the implants and then suddenly be able to hear? That would be amazing. Oh, that would be amazing. Yes, write that book, baby. Okay, the kitten is sliding off my lap now. You're sliding off my lap. Let me make a little pouch for you, okay? Yeah, any random weird things that come out of my mouth on stream, and if I'm not doing art directly for it, you guys are more than welcome to steal it. And even if I do art for it, you doing the art for it will be different because it'll be different art. And I love that. I greatly appreciate that. All the art. Alright, so there's our Nosferatu figure. Let's group all that together so I don't accidentally delete it, because I will totally do that. I have done it before. Not everything, just this group. Alright, we got our human. Any unfiltered stuff that makes Goth come up with ideas? Yes. The idea fairy hangs out in my brain sometimes. So I guess the first thing I want to do is, other than drawing a human figure, we should probably define what a vampire is, because everybody's got like different ideas. If it happens, I want 0 circulars filling my inbox. Right? Oh, Cherry is totally a freaking idea fairy, man. Cherry came up with the basis for the whole Inktober stuff that I did. It's his fault that we have the Adventures of Sir Lemon, which we are on one of the final rounds of the drafts. So, yeah, hopefully at the end of the week, I will have, I think we're on draft 4. And that's what I'm going to be sending out to people. If you want to edit it, if you want to be an editor on this book, let me know. And we will send you a copy. It'll be a PDF. And you can give us your wording feedback. It'll only be the text. There won't be any pictures attached to it. And yeah, we're just looking on like wording stuff, because I want to make sure that things make sense, that they flow, and there's no weird contradictions in the book. We'll hide that. Reduce the opacity on this so we're not distracted. I'm excited. I'm excited for it. And I made a sticker sheet to go with it. I'm going to do this in a different color. And do this in like this barfy orange color. Oh, fun, you have... Nice. It's just over 5,000 words, so it's super short. But it's also kind of silly and pointless, which I think is the perfect thing for this book. Inktober was a silly experiment in actually doing a book, kind of like comic book type thing, with the prompts. So why not? I was like, hey, yeah. All right, we might need to shorten that. I mean, yeah. No, if you're interested, you can always just let me know. You can always send, like, if you get some free time, you know, you get 10 minutes of free time or something like that, you can send me a message or something and I will do it. But I just don't know exactly when we're gonna, like, when it's gonna happen. My writer friend has life happening, because you know that how that is, right? Life does things. Wow, that was not a straight line at all. Life happens, causes all kinds of interruptions and stuff. All right, we're going to, I think, ooh, wow. That happened, yeah, right? You never really know what life is going to do for you, or to you. All right, so we got this. I kind of think I want to do, because I'm not gonna do this top bit because it's gonna be outside of the heart, so we're not gonna see it. So I'm thinking if we just keep this going up, it make that a peak. But we can also do the same here. So we'll do something like this. Maybe we'll have like an emblem or something up here. Because they got this emblem over here, so we can do, we'll do a little batwing emblem. Yeah. Oh my god, there's so many ridges in this. Alright, now do we do the pillars? Because they're going to be hidden. I think we're just going to not do the pillars. Just because they're going to be hidden. And there's no point in drawing it if you're not going to be able to see it. Okay, hang on. Let's delete that. And then we've got and that's going to go all the way up to there. And we've got the steps. Yeah. I'm going to draw a little outside the circle because that's going to be needed. Look at that. Alright, so over here I want to do, maybe not quite that big. I want to do like a little kind of chunky thing. Like a little bent cross or something. Yeah. Anything that's going to be bent on that part. He's such a cute little critter. You okay there? Well, it's from somebody. Oh my god, yeah, no. Thanks for stopping by and visiting. I hope you'll be able to catch me on a different stream, especially if I'm doing a surprise one that happens, you know, much later or much earlier in the day for you. It will be cool. You're more than welcome to check out my Instagram and stuff like that if you want to keep tabs on it, because it is going to be very interesting. I think this is going to be one of the better ones. mostly because I really like vampires. And Sasquatch one is really cute too. Alright, I feel like we need something here. Well, we're gonna have a shrubbery. Hold on, let's get a new layer. We'll do this one blue. So we're gonna do... Should we do like a rose bush? I think a rose bush would be cool. Or maybe some lilies? Because this is a cemetery. I think we'll do rosebush because Valentine's Day stuff, like heart stuff. Ooh. Oh, because if we do a rosebush, we can do a climbing rose and have it like coming off, like over here. Sketches, and then it can just be like everywhere. Yeah, there's also less of the building we have to draw now. Yeah, I did. I'm gonna do a climbing rose thing here on the side of the mausoleum. I'm thinking like up and off to the one side. I think that'll be cool. And now, will there be some shrubberies behind? They might not be rose shrubberies. There might just be normal shrubberies. And now we need the background. So we need a different color. Guess we're doing this pink color. Do this color. So in the background, I feel like we need like a creepy tree, which I'm gonna get a reference picture for, because my brain is just not, it's just not doing what I want it to do today. Creepy tree. Oh, let's do this weeping one. Oh, this one's pretty good too. Why are there so many creepy trees? I kind of like that one. But I also like this weeping one. It's very thick though. Old oak. .jpg. Save. All right. I think this is what we're going to use as the basis for the creepy tree. That'll be in the background. We'll definitely be changing a bunch of it. Scooting this down. Alright. We definitely need to move this. It's going to be like down here. So it needs to be taller. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're just going to like bring all the branches this way. Or do we put it further in the background? Like over here? Oh yeah, and it's a little backlighting, and then... Okay, I'm formulating a plan here. And this is why stuff takes so long sometimes, because I have no clue what I'm doing. Alright, so what we'll do. This will be the background. And we can do like creepy tree. Little branches and stuff. Oh, that's off the page. Why is that off the page? Don't. I need the heart to be on the page. Heart on the page, heart's on the page. Okay. There we go. Well, once I figure out what I'm gonna do, that helps a lot, but right now I'm just not 100% sure what's gonna happen, and that's okay. We'll do some grass. Maybe we'll put like some little tombstones and stuff over here. We'll probably just silhouette these, have them be like almost black. Pardon me, gosh. Darn breakfast. I do have junior mints today, by the way. Yeah, getting the sketch done when you only have a vague idea is probably the hardest part. And this tree is definitely going to be a silhouette. So we've definitely got background going. And then we'll have some stars, but we'll also have some bats flying around. Maybe one perched on the tree. Maybe a couple perched on the tree. Just hanging out. All right, I think I'm digging this. It's frickin' bats! Every time I think, or every time I like start like thinking about bats, I get the song from Fern Gully. My name is Batty, my logic is a ratty, in my head. One, because Robin Williams is amazing, and it's just a silly song. It's hilarious. So I think what we're gonna do first is the simple stuff. So we'll do the background first. I think that'll be the smart way to go this time around. And to do that, we're going to do a rectangle. Whoosh. Oh. That's not the colors that we want. We want a gradient. So I think at the top of the gradient, we are going to go a very dark purple. And at the bottom of the gradient, we're going to go dark blue. I think that's what we want. Cool. Maybe a little bit more purple then. Alright, and we go like this, and we turn it upside down. Boom. Look at that, we have a sky. We have a night sky. And we didn't use black. Alrighty, so I want to do stars, but I'm not going to do a moon because everything that's on this side will be reflected on that side, and then we'd have two moons. And I don't really feel like I should be like erasing stuff like that. That'd be complicated. The only difference I really want there to be is in the center here. I mean, I guess I could. Maybe we'll have bats on this side and we'll have the moons on that side. Colors. Swatches. White. Put some stars in the sky. Boop, boop. Oh. Actually, that's okay. You can stay there. Got that. Get out the black. I'm going to reduce the opacity in this because it's just standing out a little too much. In fact, you know what we're going to do? We're going to move you down to here. We're going to put you in this layer. Alright, I got to zoom in. You haven't seen Ferngully in forever. I love that show, the movie. I always thought it'd be like the coolest thing to be like a fairy or something like that. Oh shoot, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. No wonder why things are looking weird. I still think it would be cool to be a fairy, but now I think it would be cooler to be a cat. Can we just all be like cats? Because I want to sleep in some really weird tortured position on somebody's lap for hours and hours at a time. That would be a great day. Like, if my biggest worry was, you know, catching, you know, mice and bugs and stuff, I'd be okay with that. Can I have that life? I think being a cat would be amazing. So would being a dog, because like dogs are always happy. Like I think my tortured soul says, you know, cat would be the best, but you know, honestly, dogs probably. Dogs would probably be better, honestly. Mostly just because, you know, again, like everything's happy. They're happy about everything. They could be having one of the worst days and they would still be happy. Pardon me. Cats get more sleep. Yeah, I know they do. Which is something that I appreciate about cats. Because I love me some sleep. I've seen dogs nap, yeah. Like, we never really know what the animals do when we're not at home, right? So... Very true, unless someone shares video from their security system, right? Oh my god, dogs can get into some off-the-hook shenanigans. I'm trying to keep these branches fairly simple because, again, silhouette. But drawing branches on trees is so much fun. Oh god, huskies? Dude. They definitely... They broke the mold when they came up with huskies. I had some huskies when I was younger. They require quite a bit of effort. You used to not be able to draw trees, and then one day it just clicked. Yeah, they're not hard, they're fun. And if my brain was here 100%, then I would not be using a reference photo. God. But my brain has just not been... I still think I'm suffering from the Red Bull or the monster guys. It's just like, oh my god, really? I just can't win. My brain just doesn't want to do what I would like it to do right now. And that's okay. It happens. We all have those days. What's really bad is that... oh, God. I wouldn't even think of that. That's crazy. Ugh. Yeah, and again, like, I've never had one, like, more than a sip. Like, literally, my husband has to, like, here, taste this, taste this. Like, he has to badger me into tasting something, and especially if it's an energy drink, and I'm just like, ugh. But, yeah, after drinking that whole one, or most of that one, it's just like, ugh. Ugh. Yuck. And I've been all over the place. Alright, I hope this looks creepy when I'm done with it. I mean, I think it will. It's not hard to make trees look creepy. Yeah, she's like practically upside down on my lap. This kitten. The only good thing about winter, creepy looking trees. I know! And then when the sun hits them just right, and they have all those really cool shadows and stuff in them. Yeah. Oh, this is too thick. Oh, yeah. Oh, backlit trees. Backlit trees. Freaking amazing. Several years ago, we had, I think it was like 2017 or 2018. God, no, it was later than that. It was like 2015 or 2016. We had a Fogameddon literally the fog was so thick you couldn't see like more than 5 feet in front of you. But like all the street lights and stuff like that were backlighting all these trees. It was beautiful. I'd be down for another Fogameddon. I mean, I know other people wouldn't like it because it made it made a lot of things really hazardous. It's, you know, you can't really drive in it. I thought it was visually pleasing, but I could totally understand why, like, people might find it inconvenient, to say the least. Oh, nope. Okay, this is all dark. This is all dark. Okay, then we've got this branch coming down here. Alright, we're just gonna... Those will go over top of this anyway. Ooh. You know, Minerva, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom in a minute. Because I have been drinking tea. Oh my god, she's like upside down with like her head all cropped off to the side and like one arm all like cattywampus flailing around. I definitely need to get someplace where she really likes to sit and sleep and get a cat cam for it. I'm going to take a quick break. But this is what we got so far. We have some stars and most of a creepy tree. And then when I get back, we will go over what a vampire is, at least what definition I'm using, because that's going to be important, I think. Where is... Awesome. I'll be right back. If you're watching on Twitch, yes, I'm going to run an ad. If you're watching on YouTube, you get to watch the slideshow. I'll be back. Look who's up here. Look who wants to say hi. She's so happy. I gave her some of my string cheese. So she is just extra pleased. Aren't ya? Aren't you just cute? Aren't you just adorable? Alright, I'm gonna put you down on my lap, okay? I can't draw like that. Ugh. There you go. Scoot over a little bit. There we go. Now you have some space. Alright. I need to put a little branch here because there's going to be a little bat here in the middle, I think. That would be cool. And then finish off this. And then we can get started on the graves. You're just such a cute little fur ball. So cute. She's purring up a storm. Whoa, that was the eraser tool. No idea why that was selected. Right, and I think we want something like that here. Yeah, digging that. Kind of feel like there should be something up here though. Like this isn't like lumpy enough or something. I don't know. Awesome. Save. Right, we'll put the bats on their own layer. Something like that. I think that looks cute. Pardon me. I think we should drink water first. Oh boy. Water is amazing. He's such a cute little critter. Did cheese make you happy? I bet the She's made her super happy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Under the chin scritches, the best scritches ever. She's so much smaller than Nunzio that, like, I feel like I'm gonna break her. I need my hand back. Thank you. Thank you for giving me my hand back. No, that is not for you to eat. Just try to eat the stylus. That looks like a duck. Sweet, we got 3 bats on a tree. So I think we need 4 bats flying. Because we want to have an odd number of bats. Gosh, pardon me. Whew. So I think what we'll do is do a little one way back there. Like right here. Cats are so freaking flexible. Right, vampires. This is what we're supposed to be talking about today, right? Vampires, not the kitten. Alright, so I went to dictionary. Well, I typed in what is a vampire for starters on Google, and I got some crazy things. So I kind of went with the dictionary.com's version, which has 2 versions. The first one is a corpse supposed in European folklore to leave its grave at night to drink the blood of the living by biting their necks with long pointed canine teeth. Like, okay, cool, that's a pretty good description. And the second one is the bat, the vampire bat. A small bat that feeds on the blood of mammals or birds using its 2 sharp incisor teeth and anticoagulant saliva, found mainly in tropical America. I was like, okay, cool, I'm happy with those, okay. And then the fun began. So I have 4 pages. I have 3 pages of the different types of vampires. And I don't know if I'm really pleased with how they broke these down. Oh, did I even not? That's one. Okay. So, the couple of websites I went to were very, they seemed less concerned with, like, historical and quote-unquote scientific accuracy than with how, you know, whoever authored the article felt about vampires or what they read about vampires from honestly what looked like limited source material. So I kind of went to like 5 or 6 different websites and kind of smushed their information together. to kind of come up with this list, and I still don't really like it, but I think it works okay. It just works okay. Like, I'm not super pleased with it, but sometimes you just kind of have to go with what information was available. And I feel like, you know, maybe vampires have become less like, God, I don't even know a good way to phrase this. Hi there, little girl. How are you? It's like people have gotten so caught up in the commercialization of vampires that, like, they don't even remember that their origins came from, you know, people not understanding about death. And that kind of makes me sad, because you're losing a lot of information if you just, like, ignore the historical aspects of vampirism and stuff like that. That looks so wrong. Looks kind of like a fish. I think we'll just do... I was gonna try to do a bunch of them, but I think we're just gonna do this one, and we'll just copy and paste it a couple different places. I can pop it over here. Have it going that way. Maybe we'll make it smaller. And then we'll copy and paste that. Maybe we'll make it a little bit smaller. And we'll copy and paste that. And that's not what I wanted to copy and paste. Deselect, copy, paste. Put it over here. Maybe we'll make this one a little bigger. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need at least one more. Copy, paste it. Yes. Sometimes you just, like, copy the wrong thing. Okay, she is now sitting on her stool, so. Oh, what, you don't want to be over there? Okay, you little bundle of purrs right now. No, we don't need that. We can delete that. All right, we got all the bats. We got the creepy tree. Now, the grass. So we're gonna make a new layer. And we're going to find a green, and we're going to make it really dark. And we're going to make this bigger. This might actually need to go in here. All right, so we got this for grass. Oh, we need to tidy up some of this tree branch down here. Look at how rough it is. She's so cute. Okay, so the first subclass of the vampires that I think everybody agreed on was the blood-drinking vampires, known as the sanguine vampires. And they're the most commonly known type of vampire. Junior mints. So they're listed as the most common type of vampire. They are the supposedly oldest known type of vampire, and vampirism goes back like a really long way. Like, people have had myths of vampires before Christ. Like, vampire stories are old. Old. Very old. Very, very old. Which also makes it very, very cool. Because things that people were afraid of back then changed. Like, they used to be afraid of basically the mindless zombie dead thing just coming and wiping out a whole town, like the plague. That's literally what they were afraid of. So that's what their vampires reflected. So you get, the grotesque, very literal corpse-looking thing that is mindless and all it wants to do is drink blood. Basically like our zombies, like our modern-day zombies. That's kind of what historical, super ancient cultures believed. So you just you have to look at it through that lens. Like, what were they afraid of? Why would they be afraid of that? And how can they make that fear a physical form? And so sanguine vampires, the blood-drinking vampires, must drink blood to survive. And depending on where you are in vampire lore, they must drink human blood to survive, or they must drink just blood in general to survive. There are some historical, no, I'm not saying historical, but there are some lore bases where they have to drink human blood because it's not just the blood that they live off of, it's like the contact with human beings, and it has to be like fresh human blood because the contact with the human being and the transfer of the blood carries the life force with them, or like some kind of psychic energies or something. It carries something with it. It has to be fresh blood for some vampires. Sometimes it just needs to be the blood, depending on where you think the origin of the vampirism has come from. I think that's the best way to put that. And then, I want to put like make a couple little cross ones. But yeah, so we've got the blood drinking vampires. One of the websites I went to even gave them like Latin names, which I thought was kind of cool. It led some credence to them. So on the ones that had Latin names, I put that on there. But yeah, that was pretty fun. Well, I'm trying to add some more cemetery stones here. Cemetery stones, tombstones. Right, so now they get lighter the closer they get. Alright, so the first subclass of the blood drinking vampire is like the immortal vampires. They're the ones that we most commonly think of when we think of vampires. They, they'll live forever. They'll live as long as they drink blood. The only way to kill them is like stake through their heart, cutting off their head, sunlight, that kind of stuff. And they have the Latin prefix or the Latin thing of Homo vampyrus, Wampyrus, which is very common to hear people putting a scientific flavor on vampires is using homo, which is basically human, upright us, and vampyrus being a derivation of vampire. Derivative. So you get bat vampires. So Homo vampyrus chiroptera. Chiroptera is the bat family tree. They are supposedly the rarest, which, cool beans, I'm okay with that. I wouldn't want to see, a whole bunch of those floating around. So they can stay rare. I am down for that. They are actually mostly, you would think they would be found in Europe, but they are mostly found in China and India, which does not surprise me. The number of people that are there in those countries could make it fairly easy for them to hide. So, and those civilizations are older than a lot of European civilizations. Like, they've been established longer. I believe that's kind of fair to say. This needs to go up to there. This? Oh. This can go in front of the tree. I'll have to think of some names to put on these tombstones. So we've got, okay, the bat vampire basically looks human, but they have slightly pointed ears, and sometimes they'll have an elongated jaw, like similar to what like a bat would have, like they would be a little bit more protruding. They are social, but they dislike huge crowds, and they are extremely sensitive to light. So I think I don't really know. Sorry, Junior Min's trying to kill me again as I'm talking while I'm eating them. Not nearly as bad as that first one, though. That one time, man. Whew. I need a guide to make sure my lines are straightish. They're straightish. There we go. Slightly less awkward. Cool. Oh, that's so beautiful. Yes, yes, yes. I kind of feel like we should put some clouds in the sky. Mostly because I really like using my cloud brushes Where are my cloud brushes? Cloud brushes. I think these will work. Definitely not that big though. Look at how big that is. It takes up the whole screen. Can I get it smaller? Oh, I hope this doesn't make my computer crash. And it's almost perfect right there. Okay, let's get it over here so we can get it smaller. We're gonna have to wait for a minute. Also, the whole thing behind bat vampires is that they shapeshift into bats. And the type of bat they shapeshift into depends on their origins. So if they're, from India, they'll probably be, a bat that's more commonly found in India versus like Africa or New Zealand. Okay, we might need this to be like 500. All right, let's try a different one. Too big. Too big! I think that's good. Let's go back to the basic brushes. Basic brush. There's my basic brush. There we go. Okay, I think I could turn the sketch layer off if I can find it. I think this is it. Let's put you down there. Yeah. The next one we've got, next type of subclass of blood-drinking vampires is the noble vampire, so Homo vampiris Draco. This is the kind that we think about, the majority of us, and that's like what most people, I'm sorry, My brain just stopped working. God, today is a day. It's a day that my brain is being annoying. So yeah. So if you're thinking Homo vampirus Draco, think Dracula. The more common vampires that we know of, the ones that, you know, Victorian romantic, sneaky evil things. They're mostly found in Britain, Western Europe, and North America. And they appear human, and they have retractable canines. It says they have medium to poor sun tolerance, which I'm guessing means that they can go out in the sun for like a couple minutes before they combust. So yeah. They are social and often mixed with humans. They could even work. Like if they wanted to work, they would probably work like a night shift job. And they like to be cool vampires, which I thought was funny. I was like, okay, guys, you want to be cool? That's fine. Okay. I mean, human beings think vampires are cool anyway. Are you a vampire then? I mean, I don't know. Do you have retractable canines? Hey, Keith, how are you? Welcome to Vampire Month. We are going over the classes of vampires today. I shouldn't say classes, the types of vampires. I know, right? So yeah, the Homo vampirus Draco, derived from Dracula, most common. Those are the ones that like most people think of. And then it goes to disfigured vampires, which they have Homo vampirus Nosferatu, which I don't know about that. Like, disfigured vampires, like I was saying earlier, would have been like the OG vampire, because they were basically disfigured corpses that have been reanimated in some way, shape, or form. So that's... Oh, the cat. Don't fall out of my lap, kitten. So they possess... So the disfigured vampires possess abnormal physical characteristics. You know, they might be hunchback, their limb might be, like, they might have contorted limbs, that kind of stuff. Their skin will be a weird color. The couple of resources that had these listed said that the disfiguration could be caused by age or a complication during transformation. It didn't really, none of the sources had any like, well, it's because, you know, as body decomposes and stuff like that. They usually have a high domed head that is bald with a visible network of livid veins. Oh, the phrasing of that was hilarious. I suppose that it really depends. Like, as the body decomposes, yeah, the hair starts falling off and stuff like that. So yeah. Face is long, thin, drawn, deep caresses, sunken eyes. Ears are large and pointy or membranous. That's a word. I'm not really sure what they meant by that word. Like, I'm wondering if they meant like they're shaped weird. Like more than just pointy, like they have extra skin flaps or something. Or they're like part of the head. I don't know. The nose is upwards and revealing the nostrils. So think like a bat snout. That's kind of what they're saying. The hands have long tapered fingers with extra joint and sharp nails. Sharp discolored nails. So they're basically just describing like a body that is decomposed badly. That's basically what they're describing with the disfigured vampire. And I was just like, I don't know, man. Like that, I can understand why it's a classification of vampire, but like, it's just, man, yeah, this needs to go in front of this stuff. I have to put some grass in here to... Oh, we need to figure out, am I gonna put names? Oh my gosh. Should I put names on the grave markers? Like, do you guys want to be in my picture? We can put like rest in peace, Goth. Rest in. I don't know what was going on there. My mouth just decided that it did not want to cooperate. Anyways, do you guys want to be dead people in my little cemetery here? Please put you in the picture. Okay, we'll put you right here. Actually, we'll put you right here. Oh, I gotta go over here, make this layer. Swatches black. R I P. No, we're gonna do all caps. Thick. I can make that better. That looks terrible. You know what we're going to do? We're going to bring down some guidelines. That's what we're going to do. 2, 3. That's too big. It's this one. All right. So this is going to be right here. TH. I-U-N-I-N. Boop. There you go. You are now immortalized in this. I can put 3 more people in. So maybe in one of the back ones I'll just put my initials. You're welcome. Maybe we'll put Cherry Round down here. Oh, maybe yours is going to be up here. Maybe you'll get one of those little skull things. There you go. You got one of those little flying skulls that they put on a lot of tombstones. And then I gave Cherry a little filigree. There you go. You guys are immortalized. Oh, you know who we're going to put over here? In the back? We're going to put Insano Designs because she hangs a lot too. It would help if I remembered.
have people. We have populated the cemetery. Now we need to go back and finish throwing the grass. That's definitely not a question I ever thought I was going to ask anybody. Hey, do you want to be in my cemetery picture? Yes! Here, you're in my cemetery. And hi, how are you, Insano? So you're here in the cemetery. Gothic unicorn. I spelled unicorn wrong. I put an E on it for some reason. But yeah, Insano Designs is in the cemetery with us. Ooh, homemade pizza. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, we keep some of the coolest people in our graveyard. And we have a lot more cool people in the back of the graveyard. We just don't know who they are because we can't read black on black. Deselect. Alright, the next type of vampire that I've got are the reptile vampires. So Homo vampirisuria. They have large teeth that resemble reptile teeth, all pointy. I've only really seen these kind of vampires in like anime and stuff like that, and it's usually more a visual gag to show, you know, what they're feeling. So I don't know, like, I guess I've read a few kind of smutty books that had lizardy type reptile vampires in them, but most of the ones that I've seen is just like, again, anime or something like that. The lizard vampires are the most social. In fact, if they don't get to socialize, they will get depressed and do self-harm stuff, which really sucks for them. I would not want to be one of these vampires. Although on the bonus point, you'd probably get some of the reptilian benefits, like if your arm got cut off, you could regrow it kind of thing, which would be interesting. Yeah, that is sad. It is sad. They're the least sensitive to light. So if you have stories of vampires like rolling around in the daylight, it is possible that they are descended from a family of lizard vampires. They are the most human in appearance, with the excluding of their teeth thing. And I wouldn't be surprised, like if I looked 100% human with the exception of like my teeth, I would probably go get them capped. And it says that the lizard vampires are also wealthy business types. So if you see like a businessman type person looking all snazzy in his business suit, he could be one of these reptilian vampires. They are most common in China, Japan, Mongolia, a bunch of the former USSR nations, and rare sometimes found in America and Australia. They tend to stick to major cities where crime is common, so they're probably loving the world right now, because they are brutal eaters. They will just tear into their victim, and it's not pretty. It does say right now, though, because they're, wealthy business types, in order to prevent, them causing the death of a victim, they will use blood donors. Like, they'll go get, like, blood bags and stuff like that from, like, blood banks and things. And if they are going to use, like, a live donor, they will have somebody start the process, like, actually, like, cut the victim and drink from, like, the wrist or something, so it will not engage their ferocious side. Which, yay, okay, that's cool. I'm okay with that. That makes sense. Yes, little geckos and lizards and stuff. It kind of sounds like they have the most extreme positive and negative of any of the vampires. Like, they are the least sensitive to light. They fit in best with the humans. But at the same time, they also have, like, the most extreme eating habits, which makes them not necessarily be the best fit. But they have enough money to work around that, so yay. All right. I have to... All right, so they have... So that was actually, like, the different blood drinking vampires. So there's the mortal vampire, the ones that, God. So, okay, blood drinking vampires. You have the immortal vampires, the noble vampires, the disfigured vampires, and the lizard vampires. So they have like the four types. They have four subclasses. And they each have their benefits and negatives and stuff like that. So the next up is kind of human vampires, like mortal vampires. And it's not specifically, human beings that say they're vampires and drink blood. It's, this actually has a scientific term. You can look up the Renfield syndrome, and it is basically human beings that think that they're vampires. But in the definition that most of the places I looked up said that they believe that they're, like, born a vampire, and they may survive off of blood and stuff like that, but it's usually sex. They're more energy vampires than blood vampires. So they get their own subclass, and they're not looped under the blood drinking vampires because they have other resources, and they're human. So you can, kill them just like you would a normal human being. Some of these are weird. So I'm trying to figure out which one to do next that will make the most sense. Gosh. Okay, after human mortal vampires, they had another separate class for insane vampires, which is the Machiavellian vampire. And it basically says they did not handle transition well, and they're erratic. But I don't know why you wouldn't classify that as not its own vampire, but like a side effect of vampirism. Like, it might not go well. And they separated it as its own class, which I thought was silly because it's not really its own thing. Like, insane vampires don't necessarily create other insane vampires, right? That's me insane. So I don't know. I don't think that that's necessarily like a actual subclass, just like the humans are not specifically an actual subclass. It's more like a thing that happens, right? and you know, I'll just knock this one out too. This genetic vampires, they so they're saying genetic vampires are not natural vampires like you would expect. I don't know if you believe that vampires are fertile within their own vampire species, that they would birth a vampire. Genetic vampires are either created in a lab, so, you know, DNA is a thing, and we like to play with it, or is somehow, however you want to believe that this stuff works, the mating of a vampire and a human to get a half vampire. So Blade, Vampire Hunter D, a lot of places call them Dampiers. It's a thing. And they usually have like some traits and abilities between a human and a vampire. So you might get the lab created vampire that has, you know, superhuman strength and superhuman speed, but might not have the bloodlust. It might not be sensitive to sunlight, or maybe they have the bloodlust to go along with like the superhuman speed and stuff like that, but they're not sensitive to sunlight. And there are a lot of different side effects of the vampires and a human mating. Some give, like Vampire Hunter D has the bloodlust and stuff like that, but he has a lessened sensitivity to light. He also has the ability to use vampire technology because they're in a post-apocalyptic kind of world where technology is kind of foobarred. Some half vampires have, you know, magical abilities or improved mental capacities and stuff like that. So there's a lot of interesting things to go with the genetic vampires, like the ones that were created. And then we have one of the last groups. No, that's not what I went to save. Cancel. I didn't change anything in there. I meant to save over here. Let me draw this next bit of grass, and then we can go over that, because those ones are also very interesting. It's the next, like, largest group of vampire types. And the places I got this information from were so... trying to think of a nice way to put it without being, like, super mean about it, but they were, pardon me, God, I'm so sorry I'm burpy today. The information for this type of vampire was not collated well, and I was pretty annoyed while I was looking at it, because I had to do what I feel was an excessive amount of effort to sort the information and make it coherent, because it was all over the place. And nobody could agree on anything, which kind of, again, irritated me. Because it's not what I'm doing the research for, right? I'm not doing this research to have, 6 different websites disagreeing about what classifies as what. But it's also kind of indicative of people, new ways of thinking and new ways of interpreting things, not necessarily meshing with established rhetoric. Trying to add some shading to the tree, to the grass. I forgot to put some grass back here. Cats are amazing and they're also very weird. I've kind of gone over almost all the data I had today. Oh, okay, you're right side up. What we got? Cool. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. We've got some nice going ons here. We'll have to add some like rim lighting and stuff like that. All right. So the last group of vampires that I found with solid characteristics are the psychic or psi vampires, the ones that feed off energy. The best explanation I had come across, or how I understood it, is basically imagine you hanging out with a person that just makes you really, really tired all the time. Like, you might be really happy and high energy and stuff like that, and if you go hang out with this person, you just start feeling ugh and drained. That is basically like a psychic vampire. The person that you're hanging out with is leeching your energy out of you. There are all kinds of mental health things that go along with that. It depends on what you believe and how you interpret the world, but if you are hanging out with a human and they are sucking the energy out of you, you might not want to hang out with them anymore, because it might not be them actually sucking the energy out of you. It might be you expending the energy to make yourself fit their expectations of you. So you yourself might be spending energy hanging out with them, and they're just not good for you, and it makes you tired. So that's my mental health awareness blurb about psychic vampires, or energy feeding vampires. The bonus is, if they're just sucking your energy off, they're not likely to kill you. So that's a good thing. And they feed on life energy, which, pardon me, which sucks. Because I don't know about you, but my energy levels, I don't like it when people mess with them. That's it. Don't mess with my energy levels. I have a hard enough time. It could be. If you had to deal with people that stress you out and make you fit into a mold that you don't necessarily fit into, it could be because they, or you were expending the energy to make yourself fit into them, or they might be psychic vampires. Depending on what you want to believe. Just be aware that if you choose to believe that it's vampires, you may still want to go keep in touch with your mental health counselor or your mental health practitioner and make them aware of the things that are going on. They might have some different information, some more helpful information, some better information. So, now, these vampires are not, you don't want, try not, it's hard. Yeah, make your own boxes and then cram yourself in there. Sometimes you can make yourself tired. You're trying to vampire yourself, right? Oh, you got some on your back foot too. let me get some... Let's get the shrubbery going. I feel like I'm making more progress on this one this time around than I did with the Sasquatch one. I feel like it took me a really long time to get started on that one. Yeah, it is nice to, don't be afraid to be yourself and don't necessarily care what people think, but sometimes that's really exhausting attitude to keep up, especially if you're around people that want to cram you in that box, because it takes effort to keep yourself out of that box. Right? So, it might not be you fitting their expectations, it might be you trying to maintain your boundaries and stuff like that, and that can be tiring. Okay, we're on the blue one. Alright, I'm gonna actually, hold on, I gotta go find this bit of green. We're gonna delete that. I don't want this to be, oh shit. Yes, never mind. I do want this one to be... Do I really? Yes, I do. This does need to be in here. Alright, so the first subtype of vampire, or the psychic vampires, are the intentional psychic vampires, i.e. the people that know what they're doing and they have some training in how to do it. They are listed as humans, so from what I understand, 99% of psychic vampires are human beings or demons, but most likely human beings. Like 99% of them are going to be human beings. And they supposedly have telepathic abilities. I don't know about that, but I don't... Do you need telepathic abilities to suck the life out of people? Is kind of where I'm going. Like, I don't necessarily feel like it's a mental power. I feel like it'd be more like a physical power. Like, being super strong is a physical power, not a mental power. But anyways, they can use the abilities to draw life force from others or energy from others. They tend to create strong emotional bonds with their victims because those emotional bonds are what provide the energy that they need. They are human appearance because they are humans. Some of them will pretend to be blood drinkers to get in with that crowd. They are not immortal because they're humans. It does say that they cannot be destroyed by physical means when they're in their psychic state. So basically, once they've transcended their physical form and have developed their capabilities to where they can astral project and stuff like that, you can't destroy them. They will just become spirits and stuff like that. If they do die, or when they do die, because again, they're human beings, they will live, a finite amount of time. They can also be killed, just like a normal human being can. Instead of, moving on to whatever is after our current existence, they basically become earthbound spirits, or ghosts, or whatever, and they'll just continue to feed off human energy. So, maybe this is why some places are haunted, like places that have had horrible, horrible, horrible human beings. Yeah. Like, it's like, they have in the movies, like, those people that, are doing scientific experiments on people, or they're just really bad people and they keep everybody that lives with them under their thumb, like, really tightly. They may be a type of psychic vampire feeding off the energy. They're feeding off the fear of the people. And when that person that's in power, the vampire type person, dies, they don't leave that area. They will do everything in their power to keep feeding off of the humans that were under their control. So that property then kind of becomes haunted. That's kind of what they were talking about in a couple of the articles I read about this, but that leaves a lot of other explanations for ghosts. Like this only explains like one type of ghost. So we need the Winchester brothers. Of course we do. We always will need Sam and Dean. Just hopefully they're not going to go to hell, because that is it's almost boring now, right? All the lead characters in these supernatural type shows go to hell. Whew. Oh, that's right. I was going to this layer and reducing the opacity of it. That's what I needed. I stopped watching after season 8. I just couldn't. It got boring. It got boring to me. So I just stopped watching it. I am thankful that it is no longer running, because they had so many seasons. So many seasons. And it's always good to let people. You think it was season 6? I forced myself to get to season 8, and after I got a couple of episodes into season 8, I couldn't do it anymore. I just couldn't do it anymore. And it wasn't a show that I could just like put on in the background. I kept having to watch it. They did get boring. Plus, they killed off your favorite character. Like, I'm glad, like, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, like, ended. And Angel, like, they just, like, hey, we have to stop this now because, you don't want to overstay your welcome. And I kind of feel like Supernatural overstayed their welcome. But that's my personal opinion. It was fun. The first couple of seasons were fun, and then it's just like, oh god, really? Can we stop now? Can we move on? So after the intentional psychic vampires, which are the ones that know what they're doing and they're doing training and stuff like that, you have the unintentional psychic vampires, which they're human beings. They suck the life out of others. They just don't know that they're doing it. Like, they just think that they're hunky-dory and that there's something wrong with you because you're always tired and whatnot. This listed, I thought one of the funny characteristics is they're morning people. And they're morning people because when they're sleeping with their partner, they're basically sucking the life energy away from their partner while they're sleeping. Again, they don't know that they're doing it. And I just kind of thought that was kind of funny, and I think that explains morning people. So if you're a morning person, you might be a psychic vampire. Oh my god, that made me laugh when I first read that. I was just like, that. I mean, that's funny. Yeah, Insano, you might be a psychic vampire. Oh shoot, I am doing the wrong layer. Why does it do that? I wanted to do this layer. All those dang morning people being vampires, right? And then, so in psychic vampires, they had 2 other subcategories, which I personally think might be more demon oriented, like a different type of supernatural bit oriented. So you've got the naughty vampires, the sexual vampires that feed off of sexual energy, such as the succubus or incubus. And they're still human. Again, they're still human. They just live off of sexual energy. So it's more like a niche feeder. Like, you only eating chicken. It's maybe it's like the vegans of vampirism, of psychic vampires specifically, to only enjoy this one type of energy. The nightlife chose me, or the evening life. Yeah, God, I'm not really a morning person either. But that's okay, because it takes all types to make the world work. What the heck is going on? Okay, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to redo it. Pick this up and put this... There we go. Haha. So, I don't necessarily know if sexual vampires would be like, I don't know if I would really consider it a type of vampire, but again, if these psychic vampires are humans, then yes, I guess so. They just feed off of a specific type of energy. Unfortunately, I need the stupid sun and its stupid vitamin D. Yeah, vitamin D is important. Make sure you guys go outside and get the sun on your pale, pale, pale skin. I let my cat out on the porch in the morning and I have a cup of tea. Sometimes it's the afternoon if it's really cold in the morning. And then the other one we have is soul vampires, and they feed off soul energy, and it says they're likely to accidentally kill their victim. It is nice that the sun is still out. And it'll still be out at 4, which is great. They didn't really have, I couldn't find any good examples of soul vampires. I don't know, maybe they'd be like, I don't know. I really don't know. It just says they feed off soul energy and they're likely to accidentally kill their victim. I guess that would be the Stephen King's Sleepwalkers. They could be like soul vampires. And if you haven't seen that, Sleepwalkers, it's wonderful and terrible all at the same time. People who drink black coffee. People who drink black coffee are soul vampires. I don't know. I know some black coffee drinkers who are not morning people, and they drink black coffee because they need that slap in the face to get up. God, it did it again. I don't want to be on the frickin' mask layer. You piece of poop. I want to be on this layer. This layer. This layer. Okay, I'm on the right layer. And those are the types of vampires that we've got. So it was the blood drinking vampires, the human type vampires, and then genetic vampires. I'm not gonna say that insane vampires are their own classification, because I think they fall into just people, or a bad side effect. But we can go into something that I just think is cool, is what do you think causes vampirism? If you go along with And Rice's theory, where a demon spirit type thing possessed a human and then passed a little bit of itself on down the line. Do you believe it's a virus? Like a viral infection? I actually think those are the two primary beliefs that cause vampirism. Is basically demon possession or a virus. I'm not really aware. Oh, your snake is out! Yay! That's exciting. It's always exciting when your pets come out to play. That is a terrible, terrible shape. What's your snake's name? He's gotten long. Awesome. His name is Service. That is a good name for a snake, I think. Especially if you're a Harry Potter fan. Oh, Insano also has a snake. Slithy Hendrix. Yeah. No. I totally understand about you can separate the artist from the art. It is possible. All right, after I get this clump of shading done, I think it's going to be time for another break. But that does not mean you guys have to stop talking about your pets. You little sneckies, you little danger noodles. Yeah, I don't... thankfully, I was kind of out of the age bracket where Harry Potter was cool, so I read a couple of the books, and I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. It's kind of generic fantasy stuff, in my opinion, so... Hooray for being an old person! Woo! Oh, I was gonna stop after that last bit. Okay. This bit, and then I'm gonna take a break. And yes, I'm gonna run another ad because that's what Twitch wants us to do. And again, if you are watching on YouTube, you just get to watch the slideshow, which is fabulous. I'm gonna close this because I don't have any more information. Next, oh, shoot. Nope, yep, bathroom first. All right, I'll be back. Talk about your snacks, share the Danger Noodle stories, and I'll be back.
Sorry, I forgot to put my microphone on. Give me a second. Ugh. There we go. Okay. While I was upstairs, I wanted to show you a couple books that are older that you guys may not have read. They are by Barbara Hambly, and I don't know where I put my copy of the first one, but it's actually a series of books. So the first book is called Those Who Hunt the Night by Barbara Hambly. It's older. It was done, I think, in the early 70s or late 60s. But in in the late 90s, she picked the story up again. I think it was the 90s. Oh, Traveling with the Dead. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's see when this one was done. So, yeah, so Those Who Hunt the Night, definitely a cool book to read. Yeah, so 1995. So after many years, like a couple of decades, Barbara Hambly picked up her vampire series, and this is the book that got me interested, not this specific one, but this series was the one that got me interested in vampirism as a virus, like a biological mutation kind of thing. And if that's something that interests you, I would go check them out. I believe Those Who Hunt the Night is out of print. I think you can get it on Kindle, or not Kindle, yeah, Kindle. I think you can get it as an ebook, but if you prefer the physical copy, you might have to go to Amazon. Not Amazon, eBay. Good Lord.
But those are super cool. It's a whole set. I think there's like 7 or 8 books in it, and they're all wonderful reads. They're all really cool. And they introduce a variety of vampires. I was trying to think of a good way to say it, but they introduce a variety of vampires from all across the world. There's one book where they go to China, so you get to meet, or you're introduced to the Chinese folktales and folklore behind vampirism. They travel they go all kinds of places. These vampires and this human detective, this human Secret Service agent, just goes all over the world and just ends up running into vampires all the time. So he's always helping vampires. And it's a really cool thing, and one of the vampires that he initially encounters in Those Who Hunt the Night kind of explains how the vampire, thinks that vampirism works, and kind of goes off on a little bit of a scientific idea behind it. So you're not only dealing with Anne Rice's it's a demon possession and it's spreading itself out. It's a scientific genetic mutation, and there will be ways to undo it over time, kind of is what their series goes to. But I mean, most vampires don't at least in their series, most vampires don't want to undo it, because they've been this way for hundreds and hundreds of years, and they wouldn't necessarily know how to be human anymore. So definitely, if you haven't read it yet, I would check it out. 10 out of 10 on my personal reading list. I would read them. If I wasn't reading something else, I would be reading it. And the one I am reading currently has vampires in it too. It is by a local author. Local to Seattle. In fact, her first, the one that I'm reading right now, her first book was actually surprisingly good for like being written while she was still in high school kind of thing. But yeah, Barbara Hambly, Those Who Hunt the Night, and then the rest of the ones in that series, recommend, especially if you want a different view, not an Anne Rice view on vampires. Not that there's anything wrong with Anne Rice's telling of vampires. I thought it was really cool. I do like it. That was an interesting way to do vampires. There's definitely more than one way to have vampirism. And I just thought it was more, like, again, scientifically plausible to have a virus cause the mutation. And then it causes mutation within the vampires themselves. So instead of, them being, basically who they were when they died, they'll get like a genetic mutation. Like one of the vampires has, started off as a classic dark-skinned Spaniard person, and he is basically an albino now. Like that's some crazy mutation in the genes, and that only happens to like 1 in 10,000 vampires. And it doesn't seem to matter who their vampire father was or their vampire master was. I'm excited for next week. Next week I'm gonna we'll go across the country and find vampire stories from around the world. I think that interests me a lot. And if it interests you, stop by next week and we'll talk about vampires from around the world. And we have like an hour left to stream, and I have not a whole lot more to talk about vampires. So if you have questions, feel free to ask them. I will answer them the best that I can. Won't I, little Minerva? Minerva. I keep wanting to call her like Minerva. But that's just my brain being stupid. Minerva, little mini. Oh, you're definitely gonna have to watch next week. I think vampires are a really cool thing, mostly because I think that it is possible that vampires could exist. Oh yeah, there are so many smutty vampire books. I have read so many smutty vampire books. Not ashamed to admit it. I don't think those are going to work very well. I thought they might, but I don't think they're going to. There are a lot of werewolf ones out there too. I find them less interesting than the vampire ones, but I like the vampire ones better. Just my personal opinion. I find the werewolf ones get caught up in their hierarchy a lot more than the vampire ones. And I don't know, that just takes me out of the mood. Like, I don't want to read about pack politics and stuff like that. And I'm reading for escapism. Although, it is important for some people. So, to each their own, right? Oh my goodness, pardon me. Whew. You've read a few that kind of moved away from the old ways of vampires. There are some interesting, just everything interesting. Oh, who did? Oh shoot, I forgot who did who. So there's another. Okay, so in my mind, there are like two causes for vampirism. There's the virus and the Anrice possessed by spirit, but there's really a third one, and it's they're a different evolutionary tree of humans. And I can't remember the author of those books, because I actually thought that was kind of cool too. But yeah, they're definitely like romancy type novels. They just happen to have some vampires that are not necessarily traditional vampires in them. In fact, they get insulted if you call them vampires, because vampires are like their natural... The vampires are their corrupted state. Like, if they decide to go on a murdering spree and stuff like that, they turn into vampires. That's cool. The one you've been reading has an indigenous main character who falls for a werewolf, and it's really awesome. It also has vampires and witches in it. There are some really talented authors out there that are pulling all this information from, you know, different lore groups and stuff like that, and making some really cool art out of it. Oh, 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 oh. She's decided she wants to be up on my shoulder. I know. It's so cute. She just crawled up my chest, though. It was very strange. She just wants the cuddles. Just wants the full body cuddles. But you're just precious, right? No, a little yawn that we didn't get on camera. Meow. 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 You're the cutest little meow. You're the cutest little meow. Ugh. And now you guys can listen to her purr. I'll have to see if we can change the angle of the camera so we can get you in frame more. Huh? Huh? Alright, I think we're done with the shrubbery. Ah, Seal's Kiss from a Rose just came on my playlist. I haven't listened to that forever. Oh, actually, it might not be that. No, it's that. It is totally Kissed by a Rose. Okay, this doesn't have anything on it, so this must have been a shrubbery one. I know. She is loud. She is so loud. She is a strong purr. It like shakes her whole body. Oh, yes. She just wants all the cuddles. She is so cute. Coming after me. We have turned into an ASMR stream. Oh, that sounds so cute. My kitty does this thing where she sleeps with the tip of her tongue out. Yes. This one will just like flip over and lay on her stomach with her arms and legs all splayed out. I was wrong. This is not Seal's Kiss by a Rose. I don't know the name of this song, but it's got the same vibes. It is. Keep trying to get a pic, but I know. It's like they have a sixth sense built in that you want to take a picture of them and then they just like stop doing the cute thing. She was sleeping on your bookcase and it was so cute. You wanted to get a picture and she woke up. Yeah. Okay, you're falling. You're sliding down. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just going to put you down on my lap again. Okay? You just keep falling. Just keep falling. Ugh, here we go. Just like that. How about like that? because I need my right arm to draw. I can't hold you forever in my right on my arm. There we go. That's better. She also slams her paws on the door to the bathroom. And I know. This one, I took a shower today by myself. I did not let her in because I didn't want to like lock her in there because she hasn't been around the shower yet. And I thought it might be scary for her. So I took a shower by myself and she sat out there the whole like 10 minutes I was in the bathroom just screaming her head off. I'm just like, okay, this is how we're gonna be. A little separation anxiety. Oh, I know, it's cute. Nunzio will do it from time to time, so... but, like, he's older. He just likes to know where everything is. It's a little bit of a busybody. The camera is slowly, like, panning in the other direction, I feel like. I can't get it to stay. Stay. Oh, now it's, like, way over to the side. There we go. That's better. I fixed my camera arm. I can now move the arm that my camera's on. But I, of course, did not, like, prep everything before stream, so it's, like, really loose in its stand, and with the cables and stuff, it starts, like, spinning a little bit. It twists a little bit, which is annoying a little bit. But I was, like, kind of hoping and praying that it wouldn't do anything. Alright, I need to turn off this. Nope, not that one. This one? That one. Yeah. Getting back to vampires, I don't remember the name of the author, but there's a series of books that came out at the same time about the Barbara Hambly one, Those Who Hunt the Night. The main character is a vampire who travels the world, and his name it's Saint Germain. His name is Saint Germain, and he's got a cool thing where he has the affliction of he has to sleep on his native soil, and the author created a really cool had a really cool idea that he just needed to have, like, if he wanted to be out in the sunlight and stuff like that, he had to have his native soil with him so he wouldn't combust. So he created a pair of platform shoes that he could put his native soil in. And he would just, like, walk around with a couple bags of native soil so he could, you know, exist and travel the world. And I'm like, that is a cool concept. So check his out. Check that one out. The vampire's name is Saint Germain. I cannot remember the name of the artist, the author, for my life of me. It's very surprisingly historically accurate vampire adventures. A little bit of romance, but that's not like the focus. The focus is being historically accurate in this vampire experiencing all these historical things. And maybe I can figure it out this week, who the author is, and I can share it on the next stream. So that sounds like something I should do, because, again, I'm going to recommend something. Hypothetically, I should know who did it.
been a minute. I should save.
I guess vampirism can also be a curse. Like a witch or something like that cursed you to be a vampire. That's what happens to Sir Lemon, so I suppose that's another way to be vampirized. You are cursed to walk the night forevermore. Oh my god, the cat's so freaking cute. Okay, save. So we've got most of the background done. Let me turn on all the layers. Boop. So this is what we got so far. We've got some shrubberies. We might need to make these shrubberies in the back a little bit darker. We've got some grave markers. We've got a spooky tree. We've got some bats. I think the next up is this rose bush, which I think I'm going to get a reference for. I'm so used to typing with both my hands that typing with one hand is a pain in the butt. C-L-I-M. Images. Climbing roses. Oh my god, pardon me. Alright, I think this is going to be the best reference one. Save images. Roses. That's not what I wanted to do. Go over here, and we drag it over here, and we click on that, and then we make it really tall and transparent. Where's my shrubbery? So it's gonna go right here. Oh, and where are the lines for this? Cool. Alright, so we want to make this kind of like that. Let's get rid of these guides. We don't need them right now. Save. Okay, so we can turn that off again. I also just need to see like how concentrated it is, because there's some of them that aren't super concentrated and I don't really like how they look. That and they're at the really weird angles that make it hard to see what they're doing. This is a good one. This is a good example. Save image. We're Call this one roses2.jpg. Oh, well, never mind. It cannot be downloaded securely, so I guess we're not downloading it. What is this one? This one's a similar vibe. Roses do. She's snoring. It's so cute. Pardon me. Wow. And we're gonna do red roses. I hope that's okay with everybody. Alright, so we need this. What's this? Oh, that's the heart. Okay. We need that. And then we're going to turn off the dude also. We don't need him right now either. I think we made a lot better progress this time around than we did with... Okay, we're gonna... Oh, that's not what we wanted. Undo. I think we need a little darker. I think that's better. Alright, so... Actually, I take this back. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this brown. Excuse me, brown. Like this. Because it looks like... This is gonna be going up the building. They have stems. Alright, where is the blue? That's the heart. This one, right? Yes, okay. So let's scoot you down. I'll put you down here. Over the roses, but under that. Yes, perfect. Oh, now we're drawing on the wrong layer. Yes, kitty snores. I know, they're so cute. Okay, this one's gonna be like wrapping around the two, I think. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should do that. Kind of like a braided look. You know they do with like money trees and stuff. So this one's gonna come over here and go up, and then this one's gonna kind of do this little wiggly thing like that. Oh, that's too thick. She's so cute, but she's like sitting on my hand. But it's loosely braided. We're not going to see most of it because it's going to be hiding behind the shrubbery stuff, but you know, if you're going to do something right, you should do it right. it went in front there, so it's going to go behind here. You're going to go in front. And behind there, so this one goes in front over here. Save. Alright, so we've got this color. I want to make it a little bit darker. Okay, that was like a lot darker, but I need like clusters of leaves. So it's going to be kind of water is probably a good thing. I dropped the lid on the floor. That's okay. Oh, this needs to go in front of the shrubbery. You've had so much water today, you didn't realize it. Yeah, no, water is important. Okay, it looks like this is actually going behind the shrubbery. At least that's how I've got things drawn. Water is important. Especially like if you didn't drink enough the day before or a couple of days before. That could be one of the reasons why, like, that the monster energy messed me up so much, is I don't think I had enough water to go with it. Which, I guess, maybe, I don't know. All I know is that messed me up, and I still feel kind of messed up. And I will not be doing that again anytime soon. Thank goodness. Pardon me. I have a salad that I have to eat. I forgot again. Could it be it just doesn't do well? Oh, yeah. Again, like, I had a lot of it. Like, I drank a lot of it. And I'm never doing that again. That's like if you've never really had alcohol before and you, like, go hard and drink all of the alcohol. Yeah. You will not feel amazing afterwards. And like I said, I told my spouse this too, and I was like, I probably should have had the Red Bull because it's a smaller can, and I probably could have finished it, but I probably still would have felt like garbage. Probably would have still felt like garbage. Alright, let's add some little rando branches. That's too many squiggles. No, don't do that. Just try to drink one every weekend or for like a month or two. Oh, no. Don't you? Yeah, I just... I don't need energy drinks anyways. Like, if I'm tired, I'm tired. And I just let myself be tired, which is not always the best thing because then, you know, you drink extra amounts of tea or something. But... I'm trying to get better about, like, just, if I'm tired, I'm tired, and just be tired. Do what I can, and move on. Yeah, take a nap. Naps are amazing. You can take a nap as an adult, believe it or not. You are allowed. Alright, let's put some roses on. We are going to do red. Like a nice... I'm doing darker red. And I can put the highlights on there. There'll be less layers. I like this number of roses we've got. All right, so we're gonna mask them, drop a new layer in the mask, and we're gonna come down. We might go a little into the pink, like a little bit more into the pink. Something like that, maybe. I don't know, that might be too bright. Maybe desaturate it a bit. Something like that. All right, so now we need to make this like smaller. And we just do little spirals. Okay, that one was terrible. Did not like that one at all. These are gonna be pretty small, so I'm not super worried about like them being perfect or like logical. They just need to look like flowers. And I think we're doing okay with that. Except for that one. Spirals are getting a little... Lots of spirals. This is still like what I'm doing here. I know it's not like the most interesting thing, especially since I've run out of stuff to talk about. But this is still more interesting than the stuff that I've been doing for the rabbit, Year of the Rabbit stuff. I have to finish the Jasmine, and then I can finally compose and put everything together. That's gonna be like another, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours of work. And I've been trying to do a couple hours a week on it. Yeah. Yes, lurk. Lurk. Get ready for bed. Thank you. Thank you for leaving my stream up. I greatly appreciate it. I'm happy with my roses. We're gonna put some darkness. Right? What is this color? Let me make it darker. Doo, doo, doo. Get some dimension going on with the roses. And thank you everybody who stopped by and hung out today. art streams can be hit or miss with, you know, the artist and what they're working on and if it's interesting to you. I know that sometimes the process of doing art is definitely not, you know, super interesting because we're literally staring at like our canvas and stuff like that and trying to remember to talk to people. Which I think it's easier when you're doing digital art. But we've got some traditional art stuff to do this week too, or this month too. So, hey Ivory, how are you? I am still creating it. So we've got the cemetery. I can actually turn this off. We've got a cemetery. We've got a spooky tree with some bats and stuff like that. We've got the shrubberies happening, and then we're gonna have a mausoleum. Where's my outline for my mausoleum? We're gonna have a little mausoleum here, and then we'll have some vampires, and they're going to be making a heart shape with their arms. So if you have Vampire A and Vampire B, their arms will make like the little, you know, the little heart thing. This was gonna happen, and it's gonna be fun. I'm enjoying it. I think it's gonna be cool. We talked about the different kinds of vampires, like the vampires that drink blood, the vampires that are derived from bats. God, there was a lot. There was a lot of vampire stuff. Next week I'm going to talk about like the history of vampires, like I shouldn't say history, vampires from different cultures, because basically every culture, yes, Valentine vampires, basically, yeah. You know, when you meet that person that you really like you're really good friends with them, and then you just start calling them, you know, bad words, and you just give them a hard time. That's what these vampires are. I'm thinking maybe that's what they are. They're like such good friends that when they meet each other, they just like beat each other up. Maybe. So yeah, next week we'll do vampires from across the world. Every single culture, I shouldn't say every single culture, like 90% of the cultures around the world have vampire lore in their lore, so that'll be cool to look over and check that out. Yeah, and I did a rose bush because, you know, it's Valentine's Day. And these will not be ready in time for Valentine's Day. Like, the art might be finished, maybe, but they will not be ready to like ship out or anything before Valentine's Day. There's just no way. I love vampires. They're amazing. They're one of the few mythological creatures that I think have a chance of existing today. Depending on how you believe they come about, whether it is they're a different branch of humanity, whether you believe it's a virus, whether you believe that it was caused by spirit possession, and there was another one and I can't remember what it is, but like depending on where you think vampirism comes from kind of dictates whether they could exist today or not. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're my favorite. Pardon me. All right, so we are going to turn off that and put it down here. Like the Sasquatch one was fun, but I fairly early on I was like, okay, Sasquatch is basically a bear with mange or something. And it just comes down to lack of knowledge and stuff. Okay, that's kind of, you know, a sad way to think about it, but that's kind of where I went. I'm just gonna spell mausoleum all kinds of wrong, but like vampires, like there's a sliver in there that they could have come from. Like they could exist. All right, so we need some color samples. Okay, it's gonna be night, so let's start with this purpley color. Alright, so we're not doing the protruding thing. This one's just gonna basically end there. And we're not doing the pillars because they're gonna be blocked by the vampires. This one probably would have been faster to do if I just like cobbled together all those shapes from the raster section, but I don't want to. It's not what I want to do, man. Can't make me. Turn the sketch back on. It's this one. Okay. Okay. Oh, it wasn't even at 100. Like there-ish. I think that's where we were supposed to go. Yeah, that's where we're supposed to go. Okay. Let's get back to work on the mausoleum. So much stuff. I think we're gonna go over a wee bit because we can always mask it out, and I'd rather be over a bit than not have enough. You get confused about days. Yes, it's Wednesday. There should be Mr. Fox Guy tonight. I will be probably at an artist meetup, so I don't know if I will watch. I might not stay the whole time today, because it's like an unofficial meetup. Like, not everybody's gonna be there. Alright, yeah, awesome. I've only got like 15 more minutes of stream, so... What are you making? I hope you're making something good for dinner. I'll say, what are you making? I just hope you're making something good for dinner. I have a salad that I bought for the community stream that I didn't end up eating because my stomach hurt so much after eating that energy drink. Drinking that energy drink. I'm trying to think of other vampire stuff that I've read, like literature that I've consumed, that I think is interesting because it presents like a slightly different side of vampires. That between Barbara Hambly's they hunt the night and the Saint Germain stuff, like off the top of my head I can't think of any. But again, that doesn't mean that they're not out there. It just means I can't think of them right now. I have a ridiculously large collection of vampire books, and a lot of them are kind of same old. Like they share the same stories and the same tropes, and you know, just interchange the heroes and heroines and stuff. And sometimes the vampire is the female, sometimes the vampire is male, and just stuff. Then you got Vampire Hunter D, of course, because they're the futuristic, post-apocalyptic, trans-dimensional kind of thing. Well, I think vampires there were like engineered to be like superhumans, but or they're an alternate dimension. That's what they are. I think they're an alternate dimension. In fact, one of the books I'm reading right now, the vampires are from a different dimension. They're from like a hell dimension. And they are not nice people. Well, some of them are, some of them aren't. They have very human personality traits in that regard. Whether they be nice or bad or whatever. And one of the vampires just tried to eat somebody against their will by drugging their beverage. And thankfully that person had some friends with them, so they did not get eaten. And I was like, yay! It's too early for the hero to get eaten. Okay, I think we're gonna do the vector thing and like do triangles and stuff. So where's my triangles? Triangle tool. Boom. Okay. We're gonna go just a little bit beyond. Great. Yes! Planet of the Vampires was so good. I watched it a couple of times now, and I thought it was great. I thought that was a good one. I would watch that again. I think it's available on Amazon if anybody wants to watch it, but yeah, that's definitely a good one. Get some rectangles happening here. I'm doing this because the shapes will be crisper. And then it's going to be easier for me to make sure like everything's lined up. Ugh. Amazon's got some interesting and risque vampire stuff. Because it's, you know, not modern era vampire stuff. So if you're interested in some more risque vampires, definitely hit up Netflix and just type in vampire, and you may or may not be astounded by the number of vampire things that are in and available. I sure was. Lurking now, yes. Yes, go cook your dinner. I have a kitten that's like sliding off my lap. I'm gonna make her a little pouch so maybe she won't slide all the way off. Ugh. Little kitten, little fur ball. Alright, let's group these together. Is this touching this? Okay, these two are touching, so they can go together. That is not what I wanted. Alright. You two can go together. Perfect. And then you and you. Nope, you're not touching. You're not touching. You're not touching. Oh, yes, you are. Do that. And then do that. And then do that. Now we've got this really nice blocky shape. And it's all like square and straight and stuff, which is perfect. Okay, let's do this one. And we'll have this one. Alright, now, trapezoids, that's what we need. Trapezoid tool. I don't want this one to be quite so steep, but I think it's going to be pretty steep. Alright, so we got that one. I think what we're going to do is we're going to copy and paste this one and move it up here. We'll probably have to go through and fix some stuff. Okay, let's do a rectangle from here over, because it doesn't matter, it's already overlapping. That one over, scoot that one over. All the fiddly stuff. Oh, I didn't get all the gooey stuff off her feet. I'm gonna have to clean her back feet too. That's why that one looks weird. It's sunken in too far. Doo-doo. Oh, now it's not touching. It must be touching. Alright, that'll be fine. Alright, let's blob these all together. Oh. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. So we got this and this. They're not. So these two can go together, and then these two, and this, nope, this, and that can go together, and then this, and this, nope, this, and this. And then we'll delete all these extra bits. And I have a cat balancing precariously. Ah, hey you. You do not get to climb around on the counter. No countertops for you. Little missy. Okay, what do we got going on here? We have a whole bunch of dots right here. Okay, a little too close. There we go. Okay, same thing here. We got a whole bunch of anchor points. Let's scoot this over here. See if we're straight. We are not. There we go. Let's see. Oh, chili. Don't need that yet. So now these two can go together. And I think we've got the basic shape for our mausoleum. How exciting! These two can go away. And this can go away. Basically everything here in the middle can go away. Yay. The kitten purrs like at the drop of a hat. Like you start petting her and she's like, ah, I'm so happy. You give her food, she's like, ah, I'm so happy. You're so easy to please. Alrighty. So now let's do some other parts of the mausoleum. Let's get a color sample of a slightly lighter color. Yep, we want that darker one. So let's do this shape here. It's similar to that, but not quite the same. We need a triangle. Can we get a triangle? Triangle! Boom. Boom. Okay, basically the same thing. Well, we're going to change the color to this lighter color, just to help me build it out in my brain. And then once we're done this, that's kind of where we'll stop today. And then next week we will do all the embellishments and we'll get the vampires drawn. And that'll be exciting. Then I can order stuff. Again, not that it'll be here in time for Valentine's Day, but that's just how it goes. We don't need a stroke. We don't need a stroke. Pardon me. Gosh. So burpy today. Alright, this one needs to be very thin. I think that'll be right. So we've got this archway to deal with later. Actually, we might deal with it now. Maybe we'll deal with it now. So we're going to do that. Bring that up. Okay. So all of these can swoosh together. I'm just going to get that all out of the way. We can get rid of that cluster of things. And we can bring this in. Okay, save. So for the archway, we are going to do a circle. An oval. Right. About like that. Cool. And then we do a rectangle. Hey, that is not what I said to do. Thank you very much. Rectangle. we need the center of this. Okay. So now we got this. Needs to come down a smidge, not to the left, not to the right, down a smidge. Okay. Okay. So these are going to get grouped together. And then I'm going to turn this on, and then this and this, we're going to do the subtraction. Look at that, we have an archway, and we only have a little tiny bit of cleaning up to do right here. We are going to delete that. And then we're going to go down here and move this there. Save. All right, I think that's what we're got for today. So we did the sketchy craziness, and this is what we've got so far for the background and stuff. Let's turn off all these layers that we're not using. We got the background layer on. Oh, I have something in the way. Here we go. So this is what, oh, we can trash this one. It's not. Look at that. We have got the start of something cool. So next week we will finish off everything. I'm trying to get rid of some of these guidelines. We don't need them. We really only need one for the middle to mark the middle of the page. But yeah, it's coming along. I'm pretty happy. Oh, this is the reason why we had this one. It marked the halfway point for the heart. This is going to come right along. We've already got the background. We've got, this stuff is going to go in front. Actually, let's group all this together. Group. Put it in the right place. We've got this shrubbery that is also going to go up here. Yeah. Oh, I'm digging this. We've got some bats flying in the background. We've got a creepy tree. We've got some grave markers. I probably should put one like over here a little bit maybe. We'll figure that out tomorrow. We don't want to overcomplicate it because it's going to be like a little charm. So it's not going to be, it's going to be like maybe 2 inches. Maybe like a 2x1 or something like that. But I really appreciate everybody for coming to hang out, and thank you for Radioactive Bex for stopping by and bringing 9 people with you. I really appreciate every eyeball, and Sherry for gifting the sub to Radioactive Bex, and everybody that stopped by. I greatly appreciate it. It definitely makes it easier to continue to stream and share art and stuff like that. So with that, I'm going to sign off for the day. I have to give the cat some treats. We will definitely go raid Mr. Fox Guy because his stream should start any second now. Literally any second now. Let me go over here and see what see what we got going on. That is not how I want, that's not what I wanted to do. Can we make this bigger? Thank you. Alright, yeah, so let's go raid Mr. Fox Guy. Pardon me. What am I doing? What buttons am I hitting? I don't know what buttons am I hitting. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks for hanging out, and we will see you later. And Twitch people, we are going to go raid Mr. Fox Guy. I don't know why he never comes up first when I, like, hit the search button for him, because, like, I raid him on a regular basis. You would think it would remember, but that's what I did. I'm out of water. All right, guys, let's go raid Mr. Fox Guy, and I'll see you next week, and we're going to talk about what kind of vampires are found around the world. That sounds exciting to me. All right, bye.